This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome on board. We have got a male lion who is running down the road after some vultures. This is a wonderful afternoon to be out. He has been sleeping. Vultures have been descending. I'm not the only one out. There's Trishala out as well. Let me just check who else there is. We've also got Josh and Yapi and Taylor. We're just going to follow up on this activity because it's not often you get to see a male lion in his condition running, but vultures are descending right here. We're just going to try and put that on frame for you. Action, action, action. I've never seen dark mane move like this in my life. And he's going to chase the vultures off of something, and that is how a male lion gets his food. There he is, right in front of us, dark mane here on Djuma, and we welcome you all on board your live African safari. Hello everybody, welcome on board here on Djuma, where it is a very nice 31 degrees Celsius, 88 degrees Fahrenheit, and we saw our male lion, dark mane of the Evoca Pride, going from 0 to 100 in a very short space of time. Hello, my name is Steve, joined by Paul on camera, and as always, we're delighted to have you on board with us, and something is smelling quite ripe over here. We shall go have a look. What is it? There's a tawny eagle. There's some vultures there. We'll hopefully get them on frame for you, but he's going to be eating. Oh, he's got an impala. Goodness gracious. That is a young impala that probably didn't survive the night. Well, that is how a male lion of his caliber is going to survive. He's still going to go into the shade unless there was a leopard that killed it and was startled off. How's that? He has done a very good job. So the impala looked quite stiff. It didn't look like it had any feeding on it. Young impala. If you are not into graphic content, everybody, please look away. This animal is very dead. Don't go deeper into the bush, dark mane. But it smells. Surprised he didn't find it before. But this is how he's going to get his sustenance. So if you aren't into graphic content, there is going to be some meat and some blood in a moment, so please do look away. Bearing in mind, this is all live, everybody. Koalas are making some funny noises behind us. I think they've just realized that one of their brethren has fallen. So if ever you do find a young animal dead, it's always important to look, if you do find it, to look at certain elements. Obviously, it's very hard now to tell what might have happened to this young impala, but there are some diseases that we've been warned about that might be hitting our antelope population due to the increased number of ticks. And diseases affect the weak. So this youngster might have succumbed to something in the night. I doubt it would have been exposure. It wasn't cold. So the tawny eagle found it, and the lion has scavenged it. Anna Hasty, no, you can't underestimate him. Did you see him running? He was a three-legged speeding lion. His right foot this morning, Trishala was saying when she was looking at him, was looking far more swollen than it has of late. And I think the Telematis are fed up with him following and stealing. But I've said it before, there's no greater scavenger than a male lion. And he actually looked up at us because he was fast asleep. He looked up at us, and then over Mpho's shoulder, he saw the vultures, and then he was wide awake. And then just before the opening, he started bolting. That's why our opening was a little bit bumpy, but that is what happens in a live show. You can't predict what these animals are going to do, and sorry for being so late in this regard. But if you have any questions, please, or comments, send them to #WildEarth on Twitter. Throw them in the YouTube chat stream. If you're under the age of 18, get your parents or guardians to send us an email, kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Alternatively, please go onto the website. If you have not registered already, please do so, and go over to the live Safari page and submit your questions there. Oops, in this case, the lion's probably going to eat the whole thing. He might eat around the stomach. The stomach itself, the lining, they sometimes will eat with intestines, but they quite often leave the stomach contents. But I've seen them eat the entire stomach before. When lions feed, and the ferociousness with which lions feed as a group, there's no time for discerning what they eat. They eat everything. But now he's got all the time in the world to eat this impala, so he might be a little bit more discerning. But he will eat this entire animal, the bones, the fur, even the hooves. He needs all the strength he can get. See, so that kind of behavior of watching the vultures will stand him in good stead, because if hyenas make a kill, or cheetah or leopard, and any of those birds are around and get involved, he will follow them, and he will manage to capitalize on whatever kill the other predator has made. Well, as said before, we're not the only ones out. Let's send you over to Trish to say good afternoon.
What a way to start this sunset safari. That is awesome. It's so great to see dark mane have a kill. And here we're watching a little bee eater. Possibly going to have another live kill here. Look at this, so stunning as they swoop down and take insects and they return to their perch. Sorry about this big pole, I'm on the main road, but my name is Trishala and I have Johan on camera. And like I said, we're on the main road. We're actually on the road called Triple M, which is our western boundary. And we were hoping actually to go to One-Eyed Pan in Simbambili, and then we saw these little bee eaters. I love to stop for them because they're such beautiful birds. And they really will swoop down and come back to the perch for this. So they're great for photography. Or if you're just patient with them. Now come on to here, bunting as well. The main road is offering all sorts of great birding today. I heard a canary, I heard bunting, and we had the bee eater. Isn't that awesome? You might wonder why the main road. Well, strangely, it's because a large road like this means that lots of little things fly between and makes it very easy for the birds to see if they want to catch insects. So it's not surprising, actually, that we have lots of birds here. Anyway, let me send you over to have a look at the weather at several of our locations, including our own, and I'm going to keep on moving.
Good afternoon and welcome to a very humid and very warm Anbion Ngala, where we have just dropped down into the Timbavati riverbed. I'm Yapi. Behind the camera we've got Gert, and we thought we'd have a quick stop, have a look and a listen out, but not too far out from our right there are some lions, and hopefully some lions with cubs. You can see it's a beautiful anna tree that's draped over the scene. Massive one, and there's a few smaller ones around it here, but it's the only big anna tree that we have here in Ngala. So I think we're gonna make our way around and see if we might get lucky to see some lions. Now, this lion pride has been moving split up all over the area, and we've been finding little patches here and there of males on their own and then the females, but they're all relatively close to each other. And the reality of the situation is that even though they found split up, they were then a few minutes walking distance from each other. Now, my guess is at this stage, because it's so hot, they'd probably be down. There's a little bit of a bank in the middle of the river here, which is covered with some spike thorn and bush willow thickets. And then also some buffalo thorn thickets. But I'm pretty sure that if you drop down, the lions might be laying somewhere near the cool sand close to the bank. So while we continue our search, we'll head over to Steve, who's got some lions.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, this is what caused dark mane to move. There was a couple of vultures flying, and I said, we kind of looked over because they looked at... I've got to tell you, though, to be honest, the truth of the story is that dark mane looked up at us, and he gave us just this little lazy eye of, I'm a sleeping lion. And then he clearly had seen something over our shoulders and sat up. And he looked straight through Mpho, and Mpho was like, hey. But he was actually looking at the birds flying right behind over Mpho's shoulder. And the vultures were circling, and they put their legs out, or what we call the landing gear, as they start to sort of come in for landing. And that's when he got up and started running. It was quite a wonderful little moment there of my camop having a moment to himself. We have so much fun out here, everybody. And anyway, there was a tawny eagle with this little group of whiteback vultures earlier. And the vulture to the bottom right of this selection here has got a very bloodied head, and the crop is distended, which means it actually was feeding. The rest of them don't really look... a couple of them look like they had a little bit of meat. So they must have got just a couple of morsels out of that impala. They're able to put 1 kilogram or so of meat into that crop, and that's beneficial for if they have a partner who's on the nest, or they have chicks in the nest, then they can carry that back for them. It's also a way of storing it without having to chew it now. You store it in the crop, and then you can deal with it a bit later. Okay, so there's a nice, wonderful view of some vultures. We just wanted to show that to you. We're going to go back to our male lion, who's busy crunching away, and his breakfast, lunch and dinner is not going to last very long. So let's go back. It's only a small little impala, and for him, I mean, what, that small impala must weigh about, I don't even know how much they weigh. They're small. He can take a lot more than a small impala, but everybody, it's some power food for him. It will see him through, at least today. So much happens just here around quarantine. It really always is quite an amazing story. Oh, he's gone. Oh no, he's just moved into some more shade. You tell me when you're happy. Right there. Okay, well, for all of you oh, thanks, Jared. This was a baby impala. This was just a yearling that he picked up. So how much a little yearling impala weighs? He's only in, November, December, January, February, March. Only 7 months old, 6 months old. So still very small. I wouldn't say they're more than 15 kilograms. Bones and all. Enjoying that dark man. I mean, Nicanova, I've heard stories of lightninged animals not being eaten, although I've never seen it. We had a male giraffe back in my day at St. Gita that had died, and it had died. We don't know what had killed it, but it was, by the time it was found, it was beyond dead. It was next level dead. And the lions went there once, and they ate it a little bit, and then they left. But the smell of that was just, it was just next level. So when you become an old male like this, or he's not really old, but an injured male, he will eat anything. Lions aren't normally too discerning. And wild dogs and cheetah are very discerning in their meals, but leopard and lion are able, and hyena, of course, are able to eat things that are way beyond their expiry date. But I've heard lightning, but that was in Ngala, I think, Ngala or Punda recently, where they had those animals electrocuted, but then they found them being eaten. So I don't know. I've only ever seen a duiker that was electrocuted, and the next day it was gone. So who ate it? It's very hard to say. Even some of our, what we'd call mustelids, animals that have got secretions, civets and the like, even they are preyed upon by aging cats. Tingana's been feeding on civets. And Tingana was feeding on a civet that was well beyond its expiry date. Tristan, I think, was it in January or December? Well, anyway, last time Tristan and I worked together, he tracked down Tingana just there close to camp with the most rotten civet that he's ever encountered. And Tingana was eating it. So, when it comes to eating and hunger, it's why often everybody I talk about anyway, drivers. And many of you who have not been watching the show or don't really know what I mean by drivers will understand this quick little analogy. When you are so hungry, you say the words, "I'm so hungry I could kill somebody." Now, you're not necessarily going to kill somebody, but get to the point where you are starving, and it's amazing the levels to which an animal or a human will go for food. So drivers are what dictate our daily activity. Drivers that dictate our lives, and they can change on any day. It's why individuals like Darkmane, who is injured, who's getting hungry because he's not following the pride, who's scavenging, is going to lose condition, and his hunger is going to start outweighing certain other drivers that might normally be quite dominant in his life. And so it's very important to understand the physical condition of an animal and where they're sitting in that life stage, because old, injured or starving cats are extremely dangerous, because they start to lose other drivers that they might have had more dominant, for example, the fear of man or things like that. So when a male lion is mating, he generally forgets all about food, to the point where after 4 days he's so hungry, he's potentially more dangerous than he was 4 days before, because now suddenly he's so hungry he doesn't actually care what comes along. So there's a very important element to be taught and to be trained about. You can't just see an elephant and think, oh, this is what's going on with the elephant today. The elephant's got calves, the elephant is pregnant, the bull's in must, whatever it might be. Every day those drivers are going to be at different levels, almost like if you're doing like the amp box on a sound system, you know, the treble and the bass and whatever. Each of those are different levels, and each day they are different, and one's going to be louder than the other. And you always need to understand that. Just because you know an animal and you haven't seen him in a few days or a few weeks doesn't mean he's going to behave exactly the same way as last time. So, there's baboon's alarm calling towards Treehouse Dam. So, very important to understand animal behavior. It's something I try to impart quite regularly on the show with regards to elephants, specifically cats, when we see them. What's going on with them? How are they behaving? What little signs to look for? Because if you don't understand those little signs, you're going to get yourself into trouble. But if you understand the signs, I mean, you can see desperation in humans. You can see desperation in wildlife. It's just, there's no difference in that regard. So if you understand it, you can avoid being in a situation. I'm not saying that's where Darkmane is at the moment, but I was actually contacted by a friend today saying they're in the south of the Kruger and they've come across a very sick looking male lion. And, you know, that's a very sad state of affairs, but those animals become a little bit more sort of precarious. And it's very, very important to be aware of that. All of the incidences we know of in the past of specifically leopard attacks on humans in the Kruger has come about by a diseased or old or injured individual. Never by a healthy, fit, strong one, by one that's something has transpired, might be illness, might be injury, and it's led to that animal getting hungry. And you've all said that to yourselves or out loud in traffic, wherever you might be, that you're so hungry you could do something. Well, that's a reality. Hunger and starvation are a reality, and unfortunately it's part and parcel of what happens out here. He injured himself with a buffalo, and there was no human influence. He is going to live his life out in that regard, and he's going to do so by scavenging, and no doubt as he scavenges, he's going to lose condition. Okay, well, Yapi loves his lions. Let's send you over to Ngala and see if he's had any luck tracking them down.
And we've managed to find the lions. And as you can see, there's not too much happening. A little bit of a stretch. By the looks of it, they are practically incapacitated. You can see they perfectly fit into the shade there, provided by that buffalo thorn. And somewhere around here in that bush, I think, is the other lioness with her little cubs. And that's why these lions have been in this area for the past couple of days. So the two off on the left here, they are the previous daughters of that lioness. You can see the one's got a bit of a cut on her hind leg, which I wonder how that came about. And if I had to take a guess, I'd say it's more than likely an injury around a carcass at some point. Maybe from hunting. Well, it's difficult to believe when these animals are laying this still and not doing much, that they can be such fearsome hunters. The lioness on the right-hand side, she is, out of the large lionesses, the youngest one, and she's got 2 young lions of her own. So these 3 lionesses actually, each of them's got quite an interesting story, I think, especially lately. So the largest lioness, she broke off from the pride, and even though it was her first litter of cubs ever, she was actually quite young. Like, they are sexually matured anything from 2.5 years, but they hardly ever, or at least in this particular area, what I've noticed is they don't really give birth before the age of about 4. But she was around 3.5, and she's done quite well with him.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, and Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The and Beyond Phinda Conservation Team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
For all of you Wild Earth Explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and Beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Now, of course, as it goes, the content that we have has disappeared, but I found another one, so I'm going to do a very quick introduction. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Niels, and we are here at Pridelands Conservancy, which is part of Baluli Game Reserve and the Greater Kruger Park. I apologize that I look so distracted, but it's very difficult to spot what we're looking for in these murky waters. Niels, can you see it? There. And the reason why it is so difficult for us to find what we're looking for this afternoon is because there are frogs in the murky water. This is just a little area that has filled up, but it seems to be quite filled with life at the moment. So what frog that you're looking at is a platana. Now, platanas are interesting species. We do have quite a few different species, but they're also known as the African clawed frog. And they're really unique. You don't get to see them all the time, because this is one species of frog that doesn't come out of the water. It lives its entire life inside the water. which is really, really cool. You might maybe see them just come up into the little shallows, into the footprints of animals and things like that, but you're not really going to see them out on like land, like sort of where we're standing at the moment. So I'm just trying to see if we can sort of see some more, but just every now and then you sort of see them floating like this in the water. And something else that's quite interesting about them is that you can, of course, hear them. They produce sounds, but they don't produce the sounds out of the water. Now, most frogs will actually come and elevate themselves or even place them in a position where if they are going to vocalize, that their calls are going to be sent as far and wide as possible. Now, with the Platana, they make their sounds underwater too, which is quite epic. Let's have another look at them. And they're really interesting frogs. They've got a very sort of flat head with eyes on the side. And that's actually what their name sort of describes. Their Latin name describes their flat head and then also the claws on their back feet, which they'll often use to churn up the muddy waters to try and camouflage themselves. And don't try and grab one because they're quite slippery too. But I think we're going to try and see what else we can find around this pan. There might be some more life. But off we go across to Josh to see what he's up to.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to a slightly wet and bedraggled Tswalu Kalahari. My name's Josh and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. Behind the camera is BK. So, as you can see, it's rather overcast here, a little bit warm, and we've been very lucky, as we never complain about rain in the desert, to have a little bit of a downpour, which has cleaned out the roads and has brought out all these amazing smells. So we're going to take a little bit of a bumble, see if we can't get lucky and maybe find the cheetah from this morning or maybe one of our meerkat families. But let's see what else there is out there. One of the things that makes Tswalu such an amazing place, especially for photographers, is it's a land of contrast. And the sky with the green of the rainy season is definitely something I would call a highlight. Oh, little starling and some fork-tailed drongos, and bird life, and everybody's out and about after that little downpour. Slowly starting to clear up over different parts of the reserve, but don't think the rain is totally gone just yet. Hopefully we'll get a few more mills. Folks, we're going to carry on and see what we can find. If we're lucky, we might get one of our meerkat families. But we'll be sending you over to Yopi at Ngala.
So it was unbearably hot there by the lions, and we decided to switch across the river to the other side, and we came across these two very young impala lambs. 3 What's really interesting here is that we do have quite a variety in the ages here, where you can see some of the young ones have already started growing their horns. Ooh, there's a bit of a game going on. As soon as one of them starts moving, that instinctual decision to run kicks in. But there you can see, have a look at the small horns on that little male impala. So he must have come from the early part of the rut last year, and was more than likely born over November, December, or over December, beginning January. Where some of the other ones that I've just seen, they seem like quite a bit younger. They seem like they've been born recently, which means that they were probably from the later rut. What's interesting is you can see these impalas are quite efficient at using shade during the middle of the day. It is unbearably hot here today, and there is a massive storm building. Now this is quite interesting because some of them are feeding and some of them are just standing around. But you can see they're looking in a certain direction, and the reason for that is that they have to be quite alert in this dense bush here. And there's also a male approaching. You can see there's some of the younger impalas also, like the tiny little ones. Have a look. So those are some of the newer ones, say maybe a month or so. And I always marvel at these little impalas being born so late in the season. Because against predators they really stand no chance. They stick out like a sore thumb. There's a lot less of them. Penelope, yes, they definitely have some very handsome face markings. I think what I might do is I'm going to move a little bit forward, see if we get another view of some of the impalas. The baby impalas are incredibly beautiful, and I do enjoy watching them because they're so small, and I guess it's also because in a way they feel kind of vulnerable. I want to see if we can find the male. There is a big male impala. This is a good patch. There's a lot of water around this particular area. And I'm pretty sure it's an area that's well contested, which counts for something. It means that he must be strong enough to be able to keep this patch. Now, there's a bit of cloud cover that's just come over, and because of that it's slightly cooler, and that's why they've moved out of the shade. This is one of the younger males. His horns has just started to grow. I saw before he put his head down there, was just sniffing on the rump of that female. Leanne, yes. Usually, something just happened. There was I think it was the male, or maybe something's drawn the attention of one of the impalas in the group just next to this, and that's why you can see they're all on high alert now. That's often taken as an alarm. Even though the intent of that alarm is more to tell whatever it's seeing, if it is a predator, that it knows it's there, it's watching it. But the other impalas also do catch on to it and know that that means that something's seen or there might be danger nearby. But to get back to the question of when the horns start growing, so with these young impalas, usually from about 2 months, you start seeing the little protrusions come out, and then slowly but surely they start growing. So that young male walking across over to the left, he is slightly older. I'd say he's probably one of the first litters that got dropped, or some of the first babies. You can see at the moment like there's a bit of unsurety. I know it's often said that the bonds between the impalas deteriorate quite quickly between the mother and the young ones. But young males do stay within the natal herd for quite some time. It can be up to about 2 years before they move over to a bachelor herd. Here we go. And way before they become one of those guys. I don't know, something has drawn their attention, and I'm not too sure what it is. I have not seen any other predator in this particular area, or any signs of predators in this particular area. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to continue along, leave these impalas for now. I'm sure they are going to be spending quite a bit of time in this particular area. Now, there was a male lion somewhere along this road this morning. He was calling and he was not found. And what I'm hoping that we might have some luck and we might be able to find him. Now, one of the good things, it rained actually. In the middle of the day, we had a bit of rain today. I have seen impalas with broken horns, the males especially, when they fight during the rut season. We're entering the rut season at this point. And I'm sure within the next 2-3 weeks, it should be starting to go in full swing. And that's often when you see the impalas with broken horns. It could be from a predation attempt, and then they break it off somehow. But I think it's more than likely that it happens through fights with others. So one of my first experiences on Ngala, when I just arrived at Ngala, was, I'll never forget it, we were on our way driving towards male lions, and we came across 2 impalas fighting. But what was really interesting about the fight is that the one male had both horns broken off, and only the bottom piece of each horn was left. And these two were really going at it. It wasn't a play fight or a standoff to establish rank. It was a full-on fight. And the one with the shortest horns ended up throwing the other impala down on the ground and clearly winning the fight. And I've often wondered afterwards if it's actually aided him because it's so short. It didn't have the other horns in the way and he was able to manipulate the other one better. Whoa, just came across an elephant bull. I'm going to sit here for now. I'll move a little bit forward in a moment, but I just want to see what he does. He's coming over from the left. I'm going to move a little bit forward. He's stopped for some reason. Now, that is quite a large bull, that, and it's clearly not stopping to eat. I didn't have a good look. I saw some secretion from the temporal gland. I don't smell anything, so I'm not sure if this elephant is in must or if it's just an elephant bull moving through because of the water and the food here and the high likelihood of encountering other elephant herds. How beautiful is that light on the animal? Highlights that creased skin. You can see the top of the ears almost draped over. It looks like a cloth that's thrown over them at the back. He is flapping them every now and again. Through that huge veins on their back pumps about 12 liters of blood a minute. And they all go through the ears, so they get cooled down. And the theory is that it cools the blood down and therefore it helps the animal in general to cool down. But the direction that he's heading is a watering hole. And there's also some mud puddles, so I think let's continue. We'll push on, we'll see. Maybe we're lucky and we get to see him wallowing.
Please join me this Saturday evening for a town hall meeting. It'll be live and it's an opportunity for me to tell you about what Wild Earth is, where we're coming from and where we're going to. And it's an opportunity for you to ask some questions, give us some feedback and even maybe get more involved in Wild Earth going forward. 7:30 this Saturday evening, wildearth.tv. It's open to all. You've just got to be registered on our website and we'd love to see you there.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
So the elephant's still on the road just up ahead, and he's bypassed. There's a pan system off to the right, which I thought he was going to stop at. He did stop briefly, but he was sniffing around to see if there's any other elephants. So it looks to me like he's looking for other elephants. Now, with elephants, it's a large animal, and it deserves a large amount of respect because of that. So when we view elephants, especially if there's a chance to view them like at a distance like this where it's open, then you give it time to move off and keep it a good distance away from it. And the reason for that is not because the animal's dangerous. It is... There we go. You can see him right up ahead there as he's disappearing around the corner. No, he's gone again, so I think let's continue. But because elephants are so large, they've got a large personal space, and it's something that if you get too close too quickly, you do affect the animal's behavior. In this case, this animal's got something else on its mind, and we really do not want to be taking his mind off whatever he's doing. As you can see, it's nice and dense in this particular part. It's right along the bank of the Timavati River, which is not far off to our left-hand side. Very, very long grass in this particular area. I can see the elephant up ahead, and it looks like he's slowed his pace, so that might be an indication that there were some other movements of elephants through this area. But it is almost a complete jungle in this part at the moment. There we go. You can see the elephant up ahead now. We can see him clearly. And he's just taking a casual stroll along this road. And I can see on his backside, it looks like he's been rubbing himself up against a tree. Like it looks like there's some mud there. Along the hip bones and the spine, it's a little bit darker. Let's just stop. It looks like he is investigating somewhere there on the road. I can see his trunk is up, bent at an angle now. That to me is usually an indication he's sniffing something, he's picking up on the scent of something, often us. And when an elephant does that, then I'll stop and make sure it continues. In this case, he is aware of us, so I don't think it's us that he was looking out for. I think he Just looking, or maybe sniffing an old sign of a herd that's moved through. I'm going to move slightly forward again, see if we might get... So the road takes a bend up ahead, and then there's a little puddle coming up, which normally these animals will use to drink from, but now there's water everywhere, so it doesn't really have to. Jerome, that's a good question. A docile elephant turning into a charging elephant can happen in an instance. It is very difficult to put a specific time to it, but it is a large animal that looks slow, but it can cover ground very quickly. And it usually gives you the sign beforehand. And they'll show you clearly if they're not happy with your presence. Sometimes in the case of a bull elephant being in must, they might come out of nowhere and a surprise if it's a very dense area, and then they'll, oh, look at that. He's found another elephant. And it looks like it might actually be a slightly larger elephant. Now see, this is exciting stuff, and that's why he's been stopped, because that looks like another bull elephant. So I saw we're actually right at the spot where he stopped at first, and there are tracks heading off the road in this area. And it's a little bit of an awkward greeting going on there. It's amazing the difference in color between these two elephants. The one at the back seems to be quite brown. I think he's already covered himself, maybe with a different type of soil. But this should be interesting, so I think we'll stay here for a while and see how this situation develops. And in the meantime, we'll head over to Tswalu.
Well, folks, welcome back. I believe you've had some excitement with elephants. So we'll go from one of Africa's largest herbivores to one of its smaller insectivores. So taking a look here, or omnivores more accurately, we've been lucky enough to find our Mokala family of meerkats. So we've got one lovely one standing on a dead branch there, just kind of having a little look around his sentry. And then to the right, a couple of individuals of the family. Bit of grooming and just trying to stay warm. Breeze is a little bit chilly here, so as you can imagine, when you're that tiny, it's not a fun thing. But the rest of the family is a little bit east of us, sitting on the edge of another burrow system, and this is pretty much in the center of their territory. These guys can have territories anything up to about 12 to 15 square kilometers, which is quite a lot for a small family group. Lots of talking going on between the family members here. So I think what would have happened here is that as that storm came in, they'd have run for the closest burrow system. The storm came in quite quickly, and I think they got a little bit wet. future, that mutual grooming will be helping reaffirm the family bonds between them. One little one sticking out there, going, what's going on? One of our adults here on this branch is having a little bit of a time balancing there. Every now and then we do get a bit of a humorous moment. They occasionally fall out of the tree they're sitting and perched. So we're going to spend a little bit of time here with them and see what they get up to. Don't think they'll be going too far from home this afternoon. We're going to be sending you across to Steve.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody, where we've got a female blackback puffback. How awesome is that? Used to be known as a puffback shrike. She's doing a little bit of grooming here. Quite a nice, strong beak. A little bit of a hook on the end of it, hence the name from the shrike sort of grouping. And puffback, because the male, when he's breeding and getting all territorial, puffs the back up so he looks like a ball of snow. Makes him stand out quite easily. And that red eye, it's also quite characteristic. The Brubru looks very similar, but the Brubru's got sort of a rufous sort of patch just under the armpit there. Very insectivorous. It's my rendition of their call. They build a wonderful little cup nest hidden inside the tree, often bound with spider web. There's a number of birds that use spider webs for their nests. It makes sense to a degree because, you know, sort of parasites and the like that might want to crawl into the nest. We get caught up in the web. It can add some camouflage. They can stick things to the web as well. It probably helps a little bit with the fledglings. But how splendid to see it just sitting. I don't think I've ever had one on camera this long before. Oh, itchy armpit. The male has got more of a black head, so the black actually extends underneath the eye. There's a female that's just above. Oh. Might even be a youngster from this season. I heard that little contact call there, little chip. Nothing like what I just tried to do. I wonder if this is a new bird for any of you out there, the blackback puffback. Kenya, indeed, they are in the shrike family, in the grouping. They used to be known as a puffback shrike, as the Brubru used to be known as the Brubru shrike. But the genus is very different. The genus is Dryscopus kubla, Dryscopus. So they're a little bit smaller than most of the shrikes, but they are Lanius. Lanius kubla is the old name. Dioscopus has probably got something to do with the difference in colors. The French name, boule de neige, which if you speak French means a ball of snow. And the Afrikaans name is a sneeuwbal. which is also a ball of snow. And in German it's a Schneeballwolke. I hope you don't judge my German. Catherine, I do have a list. My list is currently on 625 Southern African birds. Still quite a few to go. We need to get a lot more marine birds, a lot more Palearctic. Actually been trying to, sorry about the game drive radio, I've been trying to get out onto a Palearctic trip down out of Simonstown. There actually was a whole email thing going around last year. That was for this year, and obviously things are a little bit different with regards to a return trip to Marion Island. You could win a trip to Marion Island. Normally people go to Marion Island and then they're stuck there for a year. Not that I would be adverse to that, but to be able to go to Marion Island and come back again on a trip with a whole lot of bird watchers, I think would be profoundly entertaining, profoundly enlightening from a birding point of view, not to mention the marine life we might see along the way. But I haven't heard much more about that, so if that trip's still on the go and one of you are watching that's involved in the organising, please let me know that I have a spot available. I'd love to jump on a trip to Marion Island. Wow, I can't believe this puffback is just taking it super easy. Not Palearctic, the pelagic birds. That's right, the ones off the coast, albatrosses, and I don't even know all of their names, but there's a huge list of albatrosses I have not seen, meaning every single one of them. I've probably seen an albatross in my days, but I have never ticked one that I know of. A couple of palaces, a couple of the birds I haven't seen occurring in Angola and Mozambique and Zimbabwe, which I haven't yet been to. Northern Botswana. Boobies, brown and masked boobies, red-footed boobies. I haven't seen. And there's a number of cisticulars I probably have seen but haven't yet identified properly. They do take a bit of effort. There's a lot of cisticulars on the list, everybody. A lot of them. A couple of crakes. Well, interesting. That's definitely one we don't get on camera often, everybody. They are often very, very mobile. Linda Poley, 122, well done. Keep it going. Keep it going. It's always nice to keep a list, everybody. I keep a list whenever I go somewhere. I keep a list of the birds I see in that area, even if I've seen some of them before. But I've definitely started my travels with regard in the last few, 7-8 years. I've definitely started revolving around what my bird app says with regards to a region and what birding sites there are. And I generally go there to get as many of those birds as possible, which is good fun. Few flufftails missing. The African finfoot has been eluding me. A number of places I can see it. Even some people are like, oh, but just go there. You're like, I know, I've been there. Hasn't worked yet, but we get there. Some birds are just very easy for some, and some are not. So then another two birds that are lacking are the frigate birds. Obviously they are all the way out on the islands, all the way out in the ocean. done quite well with my seagulls. Okay, well, first time ever I'm going to say this, that we're going to move on from our bird. And, well, we're going to send you over to some playful meerkats over at Tswalu.
Well, folks, welcome back to Tswalu. I believe you've learned a lot about birds, and our friends here who we're sitting with pay a lot of attention to the birds around them. Some give warning calls that warn them of impending threats, and other times the birds themselves are the threats. So when you left us, they were all nice and relaxed, and now it seems to have turned into a rather energetic game of chase and an all-out wrestling war. Everybody seems to be kind of having a little bit of fun and games, except for our friend sitting on the top of the tree there, who is diligently still on duty and keeping his family safe. Oh, it is definitely WrestleMania this afternoon amongst the Mokala family. So they've been constantly chasing each other in and out of the tunnels of this burrow system for the last few minutes. I think the rain has rejuvenated everybody and given them a little boost of energy for the afternoon. Lots of talking going on here. Lots of racing around. Big threat. Beach Bunny, I cannot help but agree with you. They are indeed too adorable. Especially this little guy here on his own who's decided he's still a little peckish, so he's going to have a forage around and see what he can find. And there's a good chance of a few more insects getting active after the rains. So who knows, he might get lucky and maybe get a little scorpion or something. But he's definitely still looking around for something to nibble on. Where his siblings and that are rather goofballing around here on the side. So this play wrestling will play quite an important part in their lives. Obviously, it's a nice way to keep the family bond strong, but also it teaches them the agility and skill and speed in that they will need potentially when avoiding predators during their lifetimes. So these guys can live anywhere between 5 and about 15 years in the wild, although in captivity they've been recorded up to 20 years old, which is quite long for a small little mammal. I do quite enjoy the fact that the little guy at the back there is trying to take on his much bigger and older siblings without a second thought for how big he might be. Quite sharp little teeth there, but they're obviously not hurting each other. There's a lot of playing and challenging, but those teeth will be perfect for breaking through the carapaces of insects. And that's primarily what these guys will be feeding on. Lots of insects, maybe the odd lizard or snake, and occasionally ground nesting birds if they're very lucky. Although yesterday afternoon we saw something we've never seen before, which was them feeding on part of a ground squirrel. So it does just teach you that regardless of what the book says, nature can and always will surprise you. Looks like we've got 1 or 2 more individuals heading out, deciding that maybe they need to forage a little bit more. So these guys are completely diurnal. They come up just after sunrise and they'll head down into their tunnel systems just before nightfall, unless obviously it's raining, at which point they'll be heading for home a bit earlier. But our stalwart is still sitting on his tree stump there, and these two have definitely decided that they're going to go foraging. Looks like our friend's coming down the tree and decided he's in the mood for a snack as well and is going to carry on foraging. Which is quite interesting because here in the background, a little bit further away from us, you can see Kichigumi, I cannot argue with you there. If not caffeine, then they're definitely on something. They are bouncing around with lots of energy. These few here in front of me are going crazy again and have all the energy in the world. If we look a little further back, we have the complete opposite, with some of the other members of the family deciding rather just to cuddle and avoid doing too much that uses energy. Oh, here we go again. And it's the battle royale of tag. So we've just had a question from Gawa asking, do meerkats use their tails for anything? I think as you can see in their acrobatics, they're definitely using them for balance and that. And you'll see often early in the morning, or if they're trying to get a bit of a visual of something further away, they'll stand on their hind legs and they use that tail to balance against, almost like a prehensile limb. And occasionally, like the individual we had on the tree stump, when they're climbing, you'll see they almost wrap that tail around to give themselves just that little bit more stability. Quite a cute little one here, just having a look around what's going on. You can see the adults around him. Oh, he's going to charge off. But he's not quite sure where everybody is and what they're doing. Looks like there's an individual at the back there who's managed to find something that interests him. He's digging rather intently. So these youngsters are at an age now where when they beg for food, the adults might not necessarily give it to them because they're just trying to teach them to forage for themselves. They're obviously not going to be allowed to go hungry, but it is a good way to teach them that they need to forage on their own. Lots of digging going on back there. Well, definitely looks like the hubbub of activity is ended. I think everyone's starting to forage again. We'll stick around a little while longer and see what they get up to.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sub-adults and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Just have a look at this incredible scenery here. Some beautiful trees, apple leaf in the foreground, that massive, very beautiful torchwood, and then the jackalberries at the back. And the elephants have now met up with a third elephant. But this is quite an interesting development that's happening here. Now that elephant there, he seems to be either going into must or he might be coming out. The third elephant was a lot younger, and you could see he was immediately treated as such. Not quite the same respect that we saw the other two have for each other when they met. But that one there, he seems to be a little bit more boisterous. They've each split up and now started to do their own thing and feeding on their own. Area. Actually, no. I see now the two other elephants are together. You can see that one's flapping his ears, trying to cool down. He's standing right out in the sun. And then these two they seem to be feeding on what looks like a magic quarry, actually. Everything's changed now, So I was thinking earlier that the elephant might be tracking elephants, but I thought a herd with females. In which case maybe he was tracking some other bulls. And these bulls, now you can see the size difference between the two. The one at the back slightly smaller and looks a lot younger. The other two are quite decent-sized elephants. Now, it's not unusual to find bull elephants in groups like this, especially some younger ones with one or two larger ones. Hannah, that's a good question. Why does an elephant's spine look like it's protruding? I don't know. I guess it needs to be very strong, and it needs to carry all that weight and all that muscle. So it's got a very unique shape, specifically shaped for such a large animal, and to be able to carry the weight of that muscle. But as to a direct answer of why the spine is looking like it's protruding, that is a good question. I think something I'll have to research a little bit. Maybe it's got to do with the fact that the way it's shaped, or the animal in general. So maybe that is something that or that aids them. It must have some function. I can't get over the stunning scenery. I actually can't believe we're looking at the same Ngala that about 8 months ago was bone dry. You can see the clouds in the sky. We've had quite a bit of rain today, and not as much as usual, but the soil's so saturated everywhere. It looks like a bit of a jungle in this parts. And apparently there's heavy rains expected tomorrow. So things should be interesting. I'm going to move slightly forward, see if we can get a view of... It looks like the other two elephants have moved off. So I want to see if we can get a view of that third one that's still in the area. He's the one that's slightly more grumpy. So I would be interested to see what he gets up to. Now I can see the one straight up ahead from us. And I think I'm just going to give them a little bit of chance. They are quite close to the road. Darcy Ann, yes, we do get very large herds of elephant on Ngala. It depends on the time of the year, and also it's more of a congregation of elephants than the actual herd sizes. The herd sizes generally is between 15 to 25 or up to 30. In an extreme case, about 40. But I have seen more than 200 elephants together here. I remember driving down the Timbavati one afternoon. Everywhere you look was elephants. I stopped counting at 150. So these elephants seem to be moving out of each other's personal space, and I'm sure they might move together. There's enough resources in this area at the moment. They are social creatures. You can see the tree shaking as the elephant's breaking off that branch. Izzy, do elephants have a food preference when there's such an abundance? I I think that would be quite dependent on the area. In this particular area, and I haven't noticed something specific. Like I know certain times of the year you can see that they do go after stuff like the marula or the bark of marula trees in the height of the winter, or the knobthorn. But it varies, it constantly changes. During times where there's a lot of rain, and at the moment what I've noticed is they mostly go after grass, especially tall grasses and clearings in areas with relatively nutrient-rich soils. The grasses are high in protein, and you can imagine an animal that big needs a lot of protein. You can see the ears are a bit tattered of that elephant. Looks like it's been cut. He's even lost bits here and there. There's no surprise really, is it? I mean, look at the dense vegetation that he's moving in at the moment. What an amazing creature. See an elephant in the wild in such a almost jungle-like environment is something else. They're actually quite tricky to spot from a distance, and if it wasn't for this elephant moving his ears like that, he wouldn't be as visible. And then of course the color of the tusks. Now I see he's changed around, and he's constantly changing the food source. And what I've noticed in the past is, I mean, there's a lot of different stuff that you can get from different plants, but what I've noticed in the past is they will go to extreme lengths for certain food sources. Occasionally just go past a tree of a certain kind, break one branch, eat that, move on. Or as they walk past an area with a trunk on the ground and their incredible sense of smell, they might smell a tuber of some sort or something under the ground, dig it out, eat it and move on. So, even though we only have 3 elephants here, the large elephant gatherings on Ngala, I think what we can do at first is we can, like at the moment what I've noticed is I've seen mainly the bulls. Like these 3 elephants we're seeing now, they 3 together, and like these groups are found throughout the reserve near areas with good grass growth and water. But as the season changes, there's also a lot of musk bulls around at the moment. As the season changes and the water becomes less and less, we find that the animals gather in very large numbers. Further to the north of the reserve, we have a section of Mopani woodland. And because Mopani trees' leaves are very high in protein, and the trees themselves keep their leaves quite long into the winter time, you see a lot of elephants gather up there, and they are everywhere. Even though they're tricky to see, it's like 3-4 herds of, say, 30, I mean, that easily makes more than 100 elephants. And then in the Timbavati, on occasions, even though the herds might not be related, or some of the members might be related, and that's also in times that they meet up because they used to be part of a herd that was just too big, and one of the older females had to take her part and break away. But I've seen elephants everywhere on the Timbavati banks. If you drive usually towards the height of the dry season when water's really scarce and there's only a few little either natural puddles or 1 or 2 of the man-made watering holes. And when they move in large numbers like that, they do sometimes do a bit of damage to the area. In fact, especially to the roads and some of the infrastructure. But I guess that's part of living with elephants. Incredible creatures nonetheless. You can see now this elephant is feeding off some grass. Being so large, needing so much food, it's actually a relatively easy meal for this creature. It's not that difficult to get, it's everywhere. He does seek out selectively certain grass patches, but then he shakes the sand off, put it deep in his mouth. Sometimes they don't eat the whole grass. Sometimes they actually, or the whole clump of grass, they just eat parts of it and spit the rest out. The grasses are also easier to digest than tough tanniferous material of trees. I had a look at that elephant's tusk while it was feeding, and it looks like the left-hand tusk is actually worn down a little bit more than the right-hand tusk. So right-hand tusk's tip was quite sharp, and if I had to take a guess, I'd say it was a left-tusked elephant. So there's the other one. That's the one that is in a very peculiar mood. I can see what looks like mud on his back. There's also some leaves. Yeah, he was in quite a peculiar mood not long ago. He seems to have relaxed quite a bit now. Now, on a day like today, even though it rained, even though there's cloud cover, you can see by looking at the color of this elephant's skin, it's like a brown, muddy color. There's a little bit of a reddish tinge to it. Well, that might just be a little bit of iron oxide in the soils. But they've been covering themselves in mud for most of the day, and it found a good spot. In this case, if I had to take a guess, I'd say this elephant probably went to go lay down somewhere on the bank. And I've noticed this before, where you drive into the river and you see near crossings, like they're right up on the banks, where it's easier for them to lay down and then get themselves back up. And then you'll find them on their sides, literally, they can't really roll over, but they literally roll to the point where they cover their whole body. What I do think we're going to do, it looks like the two elephants, the two younger ones, have moved off. So I'm going to see if we can get a better view of that one.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at &Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, &Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The &Beyond Phinda Conservation Team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
I think to give our viewers a little bit of an idea of how amazing this area is, and the elephant being the leader of this domain, I think if we sit quietly for a little while, just listen to the noises and the sounds in this area. Amazing, eh? I hope one of our viewers, or some of our viewers, could hear the rose eagle owl calling in the distance. But we're gonna leave this beautiful place, and then in the meantime we'll head over to Trish.
Welcome back to Trish. We're at the hyena den. We're just going to position in a way that we can have a look. Oh, they're right at the den entrance. I see one little head, but I don't see any adults. So we're going to go around the other side and see if we can find some adults. If not, you know the drill. We'll have to leave. Oh, and there's a little head behind that one. Hello, you. Very cute. All right, let's swing around and see if we can see any adults before we get too carried away. Seems like there's just a little one, but we will check the other side. This den is really nice because it's kind of reminds me of a roundabout or a traffic circle. So you can easily get to any spot, which is ideally what you want at a sighting. And because this den has been used previously, there's already a road. See? Right, if there's no adults on this side, sometimes I sit there, but I don't see any. And there's none out here either. Okay, so we're gonna have to leave. Because that's okay. Why don't we see what's happening at good old Treehouse? Maybe, just maybe, there'll be some elephants. Like I have been requesting to the bush for the last couple days. Although I did get them at Chitwa with Mareebs. But I specifically ordered elephant swimming. You'd like to know how often will hyenas fight for matriarchal rights within hyena clans? It's not a cyclical thing. It's more like the type of thing that happens when the opportunity presents itself, because it's openly opportunistic, despite being nepotistic in the sense that the daughter of the matriarch is essentially the future matriarch unless she gets overthrown, but it's openly competitive. But the thing about something that's openly competitive is that it's not a free-for-all where everybody is constantly fighting for a position. It just means that as soon as there's an opportunity, for example, the matriarch is injured, or an alliance that the matriarch has formed with another female has now fallen apart, and now that's your alliance. You formed an alliance with her. That kind of thing. So as soon as the opportunity presents itself and it appears that the matriarch is weakened for some reason, whatever that reason may be, as soon as that happens, it can happen so quickly. A takeover can happen so quickly. I think even Steve was saying to you this morning, you were talking about wild dogs and hyenas. And he said that hyenas are a little bit more selfish. And indeed they are. And that's one of the examples of how they are selfish in that sense. There's some dwarf mongoose up front, so I'm just going to stop here. They're selfish in that sense because as soon as they figure out that there's a dip in the power of that matriarch, they will attempt to have a takeover. So it's not very often. I've only seen once or experienced one takeover, and that's in 2.5 years. Hello, little mongoose. Enjoying yourself here? Oh, you're waiting for the sunset, the spectacular sunset at Treehouse Dam. I'm waiting for that too. I'm just also waiting for a leopard to come walking through. I've been too fortunate here at Treehouse Dam, that's a problem. Well, what they're actually doing, despite, I don't know if they actually want to enjoy the sunset, but they could. But what they're actually doing, or most likely doing, is just absorbing the last bits of warmth and sunshine before the sun sets. Because once the sun sets, they are nowhere to be seen. Even when the light is just low, they're nowhere to be seen. They'll be safely tucked away in their burrows. Sometimes the way they stare at me reminds me of the way buffalo stare at us when we arrive at a buffalo sighting or we find them. As if they're saying, well, yeah, now what? You're here, now what? Aren't you going to do something? No, mongoose, I'm waiting for you to do something. I've been seeing so many youngsters around, little mongoose and little squirrels. And that's terribly cute. Oh, have you been watching the show and been seeing Swallow? Very likely. They are related, the meerkats. And our mongoose. They're both in the same family. Fierce little carnivores. Lisa, you'd like to know how big these little guys get? They get to about, I know they probably don't like it when I say this, but I always say like a tub of cream cheese. So about 250 grams, but they can go up to about 300 grams. So they're fairly tiny. So you can imagine one of those little tubs of cream cheese. It's one mongoose, one dwarf mongoose right here. And they are, of course, as you would have heard many times before, the smallest creature in the order Carnivora, which is different to saying they are the smallest carnivore from a dietary perspective. Sorry, there's just a fly all over my face. And hello, Blacksmith Lapwing. It's wonderful for you to be exactly where I expected you, at Treehouse Dam, in that exact spot. Just turning around every now and then because I remember that I found, well, actually, Johan and I were doing a very similar thing, looking in this direction, the southerly, or towards the south of Treehouse Dam, and behind us appeared Tlalamba, holding on to the hope. Now these guys are usually found in a pair, so I'm surprised that there isn't the other one around. It's very difficult to tell the sexes apart, so I can't tell if this is the male or the female. But in that very spot, one was sitting down in a way that looked as if it was sitting on eggs. But when I went and checked closely, there was nothing. Birds have been having a field day with the number of insects that are out at the moment. Everyone's commenting on how quiet it is. It really is very, very quiet. The bush is very quiet this afternoon. I'd love for that silence to be broken by the splishing and splashing of some elephants in this dam. We're just going to reverse a little bit so we get a bit of, just add something in the grass. Get a better view of the dam. Is it okay? Okay. No need to reverse. Oh, look at that. And when the sun is a little bit lower, it's even better. It is really quiet, isn't it? Now I almost feel bad for speaking. Look at that reflection. Why don't we just take it all in and enjoy the silence and Treehouse Dam for a little bit. Except as soon as I decide that we want to do that, there's a big old warthog. I've been seeing this male around and he's very brave. Most of them run very quickly, very fast. As soon as they see you, they run off quickly. And this guy has just been a beast. You can see he's quite large. Look at that. He's got very large warts. And 4 of them, 2 very, very big ones by the eyes, and 2 further down near the nose, or halfway between the nose and the eyes. And those would help them when they're fighting. When males fight each other, if you can imagine with tusks like that, they can do some real damage. So they need some kind of defense. And if there's that wart, which it actually essentially is, because a wart is calloused skin, right? Well, at least the knobby bit of it. And that's what these are. These warts are also just calloused skin. So an animal can't get close enough, or another male can't get close enough against the face of the warthog to actually, slash it with those tusks. And remember, if it wasn't effective in protecting the face of the warthog, then it wouldn't exist. Especially not to become such a prominent feature and to persist for so long. Definitely, there's times in nature when unnecessary things are on animals, but they generally don't persist. Oh, off he's gone. guess one of the lesser, of the birds we pay less attention to. It's this, well, okay, fine. It was a Swainson spur fowl. As soon as I pointed at it, and it's far away from me, as soon as I pointed at it, it says, nope, 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 nope. Not for TV, please. And off it flew. Well, how about we enjoy our silent moment now? And of course, if anything else comes around, I will show it to you. But for now, just enjoy the beautiful evening sounds in the African bush.
Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed the peace and quiet on that side of the world. As you can see, still a little bit lighter here on the Northern Cape at Tswalu. And we've gone for the opposite of where we were, sitting with the meerkats. We've now found a lovely bull giraffe on our bumbles. We're being completely ignored as he feeds there. But quite a nice sighting, obviously. Beautiful dark pattern. A very specialized feeder if you think about how many thorns a lot of the trees and bushes have here to defend against this exact behavior. Very peaceful at the moment, a little bit of calm after the storm. Still looking very dark and ominous, but very pretty. Very thick cloud bank, as you can see. And hopefully this gentleman will turn towards us and give us a look at that very pretty face, but at the moment he seems rather focused on one thing and one thing alone. Oh, there we go. An incredibly regal animal. Just changing angles there. Decided he wants to feed a little bit further back. In Zulu we call giraffe Indlula Miti, the one who walks above the trees. And I think it's quite apt here at Tswalu, as we don't have very many tall trees. So they do kind of stand out, although I think you would be amazed how much effort we have to put into finding them sometimes. For an animal that can grow up to 6 meters tall, they can vanish quite easily. So we've had a very interesting question there from Charles, and the question was, how do giraffes interact with nests in very tall trees? I actually don't know. I haven't seen them interacting with them, to be honest. I would assume they'd probably avoid them, as most nests are built more from dead material than living, and it isn't exactly what they'd want to be feeding on. Obviously, your giraffe is a browser, and most of the nests you'll be seeing in trees are made either of twigs, which will be your sociable weavers, or if you look at smaller things like your black-chested pruniers and your weavers and that, they're from grass. So I imagine the giraffe looks at it a little bit confused and just sort of ignores it. But if I ever see them interacting with a nest, I'd be quite interested to document what would happen, Charles. And he's stripping those leaves nicely using that incredibly long and tough tongue. He's definitely going to work on this tree, which, if I'm not wrong, seems to be a shepherd's tree. So, Thomas, how many lions would it take to bring down a full-grown giraffe? I think it would depend on which lions. I've seen lions attempt to hunt giraffe, which was a small pride of 8 individuals, and they weren't successful. However, I do know that there are prides in the Kruger Park which are quite well documented for hunting giraffe. And I know of 2 males in specific, or I've heard stories of them, and they manage it almost on their own with only another female. So I think it would depend on the area, but a specific answer I think I'd be wrong to give because it would be impossible. Area to area will change, and certain prides learn, if you'd like, tricks to make hunting certain species easier. So if I had to take a guess as a personal opinion, I'd say it would take a couple, maybe 5 or 6 full-grown adults. A giraffe is a big animal and it is dangerous to hunt. Their kick is incredibly powerful and can definitely shatter a jaw or break bones and limbs without a doubt. My favorite for lions is obviously asphyxiation, so they try and bite down on the air tubes and that. And if you look at where that giraffe's head is, I can honestly tell you it is quite a few feet off the ground. So they're going to be trying to climb onto the animal or trip it to be successful in that endeavor. So this little piggy in this reserve, no, giraffes are not related to any species in specific. Quite a unique mammal, so no, their closest relatives are definitely not on Tswalu. To my knowledge, they have no similar species, although we do have 4 different species of giraffe. So I think we're going to bumble on, see what else we can find. You're welcome to tag along for the ride. So we've just been asked by Zinhle, how good is a giraffe's hearing? That's an interesting question. It's not one I've ever been asked before. If I had to take a guess, I'd say they've got fairly decent hearing, but I wouldn't say it's the super hearing of some of your smaller mammals who would need that sense a little bit more to keep themselves safe from other predators. these guys tend to use their height to their advantage more than their other senses. It's definitely a good question and something I'll have to research and look up. All right, let's take a bumble and see what else we can find. It's quite a massive contrast at the moment with the weather on the reserve. It's looking a little bit clearer here above the Koranenberg in the east, but still dark on the edges. And if we look a little bit more to the west, apart from one very pretty light patch, still looking nice and dark. So we're definitely hoping for a little bit more rain. We never complain about rain in the desert, especially after coming out of a little bit over a 7-year drought. This rainy season has been incredibly good to us and revitalizing the green Kalahari. Nice little bit of groundwater, something that hopefully will have maybe some frogs in that in it tomorrow, or maybe even a terrapin. So, just been asked by Peter what inspired me to become a guide. Peter, I've always loved the bush, I've always loved the wilderness, and I think I always knew I wanted to work in it. I grew up reading books like Matlangeni by Corby Kruger, which I can highly recommend for everyone. But I think it was just the longing to live in the wilder places and to understand nature more. So I was born in it and lucky enough to grow up in the bush to a large extent. So kind of was one of the lucky ones who didn't grow up going, I want to be a doctor or a fireman, but rather something in the conservation and tourism field. And if you take a look around at my office, I think you can agree it's not the worst place on earth to have to do your daily job. In comparison to many, my daily commute to work can be slightly more entertaining. In other reserves, I've been late because I've had a herd of elephants in the road or buffalo, lions sleeping outside my door. And here at Tswalu, had some entertaining moments with Sable and Rowan, the cheetah boys we were lucky enough to see this morning. So, yeah, as officers go, it's definitely not the worst one. So, Jeff, my favorite animal on Tswalu is probably one of the oddest animals you will see. It's called an aardvark. And directly translated, it turns into earth pig. And it's a mysterious and shy creature. very odd looking to many people. It's got a tail like a rat, this funny bristly hair, and a round body with giant ears. One of the things that attracted me to Tualu was the fact that these nocturnal species, pangolin, aardvark, aardwolf, occur here in much higher numbers, and during the winter season we're incredibly blessed with sightings of them. So instead of them being these mysteries and legends we discuss around the campfire, they walk the dunes and redlands of Tualu Kalahari in abundant and healthy numbers. Absolutely beautiful temperature for a bumble around, and stunning light. Looks like it's clearing up nicely in the north there. So, see a massive contrast. For our viewers who don't know, Tualu is quite a large reserve. It's about 1,150 square kilometers. So depending where you are on the property, the weather can change quite a large amount. Been in luck. So Glenn, to answer your question, I think every guide might not want to admit it, but we definitely do sometimes get lost. Here at Tualu, we're incredibly blessed. We work with an amazing tracking team. So when I am out with guests, it's myself and my tracker. And most of our trackers have been on the property well over 10 years. Some of our trackers, our longest serving, have been on the property for over 20. And occasionally I might have to ask my tracker for directions and go, which way? Specifically when looking for sightings in the far west or the far south of the property, where we don't spend a lot of time. The nice thing is we have the Coronaberg Mountains, so if I ever need to phone home, I generally just head for the mountains and go along them to get back to the lodge. But we've just been in luck. I see we've picked up a little porcupine quill, so I'm going to be unplugged for 10 seconds while I just grab this. This one's broken. So something slightly different, a little piece of a porcupine quill. This one's been broken on both sides, which makes me wonder what happened here. But part of a porcupine's defense is obviously these very tough and generally very sharp quills. This one I think will work quite nicely for me when I'm pointing out things in my books, because despite what we think, we definitely don't know everything. So definitely use a lot of our reference books, especially out here in the Kalahari where things can change so much. But these quills will be quite useful. In the old days, people used to cut off the ends and store gold dust and that in them. They can also be used in tribal art as well as for decoration. They're quite popular for making lampshades and that. Something different, a little porcupine quill. We'll carry on and see what else we find.
Please join me this Saturday evening for a town hall meeting. It'll be live, and it's an opportunity for me to tell you about what Wild Earth is, where we're coming from, and where we're going to. And it's an opportunity for you to ask some questions, give us some feedback, and even maybe get more involved in Wild Earth going forward. 7:30 this Saturday evening, wildearth.tv. It's open to all. You've just got to be registered on our website, and we'd love to see you there.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything Wild Earth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I am so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank Wild Earth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody, and welcome to a beautiful, beautiful sunset. We wanted to provide you with one yesterday, and it was alright. They all are so different and all are so unique. And as always, that time of day has arrived. It is Saturday, it's nearly the end of the week. And I ask you to, if you feel the need, sit down, relax, turn up your volume, take a deep breath, just observe and listen to another end of a beautiful African day.
most stunning sunset with Steve. As you can see, it's a little bit early here yet for the sunset, and I don't know how much of one we'll get with this very thick cloud cover we've got. We were planning on going a little further west, but suddenly realized we might get rained on, which would end our party a little bit soon. So we're heading back east towards the Koranenberg, and then we're going to go north, see what else we can find. It's a little bit of more blue sky here on our northern side, so that's our destination, and try and stay out of the rain. Unlike our meerkat friends, I can't exactly sneak underground. So, Tom, the scariest experience I've had being a guide, I'd have to say, was finding myself between a lioness and her cubs. Thankfully, it was a very quick experience, and we were lucky enough to get away without either party getting themselves into trouble, although I must admit, I think I might have lost a few kilograms and my heart rate definitely went through the roof. But I had a heart rate monitor on, I think the poor thing would have fallen apart. So that would have to be my scariest experience. We were walking through a riverbed, and as we came up the other side, we heard a cub calling and immediately started backtracking, which was a good thing because the lioness was fairly close by, and thankfully we didn't actually get between them, but close enough that it's not an experience I'd like to experience again. Definitely not something you want to have happen in the bush. Any mother is incredibly protective, as you can imagine. Some more meerkats. This looks to be another little family here on our right. Obviously, we have quite a few wild families of meerkats here on Tswalu. We have 3 habituated families, and this burrow system belongs to one called the Khosa family. When I started here at Tswalu, they were the largest family we had. As you can see, like the Mokalas, they're sticking fairly close to the burrow system. Obviously, the changing weather and the earlier downpour has made them a little bit nervous. These ones are a little bit more shy. He's hiding there, paying a lot of attention to the vehicle. No, they're not so interested in our company this afternoon, so we'll give them some space and keep on rolling and see what else we can find. As you can see, this area is a little bit more open, especially on our western side. It just kind of gives you an idea that from the mountain range here to our right, you're going west into the dunes, which are normally very red, as you can tell, because of the rains. We've had an explosion of vegetation and are now incredibly green. So, Jeffrey, are meerkats endangered? That would be a negative. We have quite a healthy population of meerkats across southern Africa and up into the southern part of the Namib, and you find them here at Tswalu and in the surrounding regions, Kamab and that, as well as far down as parts of the Free State. So no, we're thankfully lucky to know that our meerkats are not an endangered species after all. Females can have litters up to 8 pups at a time, although 4 or 5 is more the average, so quite capable of breeding a healthy population. I think our plan is going to be to head a little bit west here to a dune called Yaku's Dune. It's quite a stunning spot, and it also gives you a little bit of an idea of how vast Tswalu really is and how far you can see across the reserve. Incredibly peaceful time of day. It's almost the changeover between those who are active during the day, your diurnal species, and your nocturnal ones who currently are fast asleep. And your nocturnal species whose day, if you like, is about to begin. But as we carry on bumbling around and seeing what we can find, we're going to be sending you over to Yapi at Ngala. Enjoy!
And we have come back towards an area that we came past this morning where there were 2 young lions, a brother and a sister, and now this one male has also joined. He's come out of nowhere. I don't know where he popped up. I don't actually know what he's doing here. I think he was just lonely. There's the young lioness. Now she is calling at this point. I heard her calling just now, very soft contact call. You can see the tail going. Actually, that is a young male. Completely confused. That's the young female. So it was him calling. And that's his sister. Good little stretch there. And now she might move over towards the father. Or maybe a drink first. But this is good. Starting to get to see some movement. And see the way she's she was moving. She knows that the male is looking this way. There's always like his very subtle body language things that they give off. In this case, telling us that it's a sign of respect towards that lion. And the reason why these two would be calling is because we suspect that the rest of the pride is somewhere not far. You can hear there's a contact call. It's like a very half-hearted attempt. There goes the male. Wow, what a display. I think that is a unbelievable experience. You can see the direction that male's looking. There's quite a lot of intent. Just from looking at the back of his head, he's waiting for a reply, maybe from his brother or some of the other members of the pride. The two young ones calling, they're also looking for the rest of their pride members. But what's interesting there is you could clearly hear the difference, or at least from where I sit, between them. And even though that young male will one day have to be able to call like the big one, he's also calling at the moment, but it's soft contact calls. And I could hear his voice box is not as powerful yet. He's still got a number of years to go before he'll get there. But I think he already gets the idea. Mark, the lion's call on average can be heard about 8 kilometers. I guess in an extreme case about 10 kilometers away. But then it needs to be a very, very quiet evening and over a large open space. You can see this young lion calling. He's calling because he's got his brothers and sisters, or some of his brothers and sisters, it's not here. So I know that there's two young females, slightly older than these two. It's with some of the pride members in the riverbed. And then there's these two, and then there's another 4 and the 2 old females. What's interesting there is the 2 old females, actually one of them is the mother of these 2. You can see they're resting, but we know that they're waiting as well. They're listening out. She's actually paying attention to what he's doing. Nicanova? That's a very good question. Does a lion's roar, or the volume of its roar, indicate its strength? I guess for other lions, it could be a sign. They do rear that way. The louder the roar, the more impressive the lion. But I guess there's a bit of a natural competition in that sense. I don't think it's always the case. I think some lions are just loud roarers, where others are not. And that doesn't necessarily make them less impressive. In fact, these two lions, or this male and his brother, they are often not as loud as one would think. In fact, I've seen some male lions that's a lot louder than they are. There's a bit of a situation developing here. You can see that one's calling with intent. He wants the others to come. The male lion doesn't seem too interested. He is looking in that direction, but he's also still looking north. I'm sure those two are moving over towards where the rest of their pride members are, but the area that they're heading into is a very tricky area, especially after rain, to be following them. And what a sight. In the long grass, you can see one of the back legs up there to the right of the animal. But his ears are alert. And when you find them like this, with their head up this time of the evening and calling every now and again, you know that they're looking for other lions. Just waiting for a response. But it should be interesting to see what they get up to, so I think we'll sit here for a little while longer.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Ross, and I'm a field guide at and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
There's a very lazy playfulness starting to happen here. You can clearly see these are young lions. And just look at that play, the grab. Pulls around the head and pulling it down. And you can imagine playing like that must be quite rough for a lion at that age. But for them it's quite normal. All skills that will eventually aid them in their hunts. When I look at these two now, it's almost as if they're waiting around for something to happen. There are no other lions replying. You can see they're looking over in the direction of the male who's just put his head down. So maybe they're waiting for him to make a move. Jerome, you're asking, are there any pride wars between the lions? Territorial conflicts? Yes, for sure, there are. In fact, I have not seen... no, I've actually seen the big male and his brother once, where they were chasing off two other males on the periphery of their territory. Unfortunately, didn't see any interaction there, but there certainly are some pride wars, if you want to call it that. These little ones, I saw them being chased by a related pride the other day, actually. So even related animals do occasionally have a bit of issues with each other. And they can vary from being quite mild to just being chased or running away to being really, really violent. And between males, it often turns out that the fight ends in one of them dying. Now this male, what's interesting about him, that's part of why he puts up his head. He's also listening out for any other competitors calling nearby, coming in on his area. And that's also in part what their loud calls mean, is it is to tell other lions to stay clear, because it's already a space that's owned or occupied. But this male, we found him not far from here one morning. And he was in a fight with two other big males that came in. We found them dead in the central parts of the reserve, not far from where we are. And eventually they moved off. But it looks like they got hold of this guy. And they bit him in classical male lion territorial fight fashion at the base. Looks like you got quite excited there. He's anxious to move, I think. You can see the other two still playing a little bit. But he knows that now that it's getting darker. There we go. Territorial scraping or marking territory. So he's spraying urine as he does that, and then he's got interdigital glands or glands between the toes that leaves behind a chemical trail. So by scraping the soil, any other lion that might come past the spot will pick up on it. Standing quite proud, made himself look big. And nobody cared, and now he's back down on the ground. I think that's what I enjoy most about watching lions, is there's always such an interesting dynamic at play between different members of the pride. There's so many combinations of experiences within it. These three, I've never seen these particular three alone on their own together. I think this male was more than likely trailing the rest of the pride, trying to look for the females in that pride, and then they split up, and eventually he came across these two. And that's what they often do, is they walk around at nighttime and they basically track other lions. Sometimes if there's intruders coming in, and it will be intruders, but more often than not, it's actually the other pride members, just to try and catch up with them. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I wonder what they're going to do tonight, because I heard more lions calling this morning. Ooh, there the males just dropped down. There's a bit of a roll. Might go over. Here we go. I thought he was going to start roaring. That was quite interesting. He just stopped. You can see these calls are more to find other members of the pride and catch up with them rather than, they serve a dual function. But it looks like things might get a little bit more active and exciting, so I think we'll stay here for a while longer and we'll head over to Tswalu with Josh.
Well, welcome back. It seems like there's no shortage of excitement this afternoon. Roaring lions, always an amazing sound. It's a very primordial one that I think will always have an effect on humans. So you find us going west into the dunes here in the north of Tswalu, coming up to a nice little dune crest here. We're going to stop for a moment and just have a look around. It's a very peaceful area. Looks like there's been some baboons in the area. Some wildebeest ahead of us. He seems to be gambling around and going a little bit crazy. Lots of energy this afternoon. Quite an interesting image through the silver cluster leaf there. I'm certain he would not want to be making friends with the lions. One of the nice things with the dunes here is it gives you a little bit of height to look down the dune streets, which is the open areas between the two crests, which has that beautiful and lovely red Kalahari sand contrasting with the mixed colors of the sky. It's quite a nice image. We're going to bumble down this dune and over the next one and then head slowly north and see what else we can find. Oh, a little bit of thunder in the distance there. Definitely think we might be lucky and get a little bit more rain this afternoon or early evening. Very large word I learned today called petrichor, which refers to smell you get when rain soaks into the earth here. Obviously, being a desert, although the Green Kalahari, a very semi-arid region, you can imagine there's a lot of dust in the air, so when we do get rain, it's quite an assault on the senses, especially with the last few storms we've had. They've been rather intense with some beautiful sheet lightning. Maybe we'll get lucky tonight and get some more. So Ashley, can animals sense bad weather coming up? I definitely think so. I mean, there's multiple recorded cases where before cases of tsunamis or floods and that, you find all the animals trying to head for high ground. And talking about high ground, right in front of us here on the dune crest, lovely giraffe sticking out. So I definitely would say that animals have far more sense than we do about what the weather's doing. They're definitely more in touch than we are. See if we can't get a little bit closer to this giraffe. Is that a little area we call Malori, sleep out deck we have. Who knows, maybe he's checked in for the night. Oh, Batty-head fox is here to our left. We're going to turn off quickly and just see. Hopefully we'll get lucky. Just going to roll back a little bit here, folks. Very shy animal. We're hoping. Oh, there we go. Very cool. So, our Batty-head fox. And these ones don't seem to want to spend too much time with us. It's a very shy animal. Active fairly early at the moment. Very cute. There are 3 here, but it looks like this is the one that's a little bit more relaxed. You can see one jumping on the side there to the right. Very cool. having a little look around. What's for dinner? They'll only just be getting their day started now. Definitely think I'm part of that comment that everyone loves bat-eared foxes. I'm definitely a big fan as well. So these guys are obviously omnivorous. Keith, those are the flower parts of a certain plant, if you're referring to the round balls in the distance there. They've been sprouting up all over the property lately, and I do know their Latin name, but not their common name. I'm just trying to think of it. I'm going to have to double check myself on that one. A very common plant here. So I just need to give a thought. And I have to get back to you on that one, sir. Need to have a little look. It completely skipped my mind. I think our little bat-eared foxes here seem to be playing in and out of that plant you're talking about. I'm looking to see what they can find. So they stick together in little family groups. And these guys will be enjoying everything from small insects and rodents and that to some of our wild fruit here on the ground. Oh, something's got his attention there. Patty, I'm with you on that one. It is always super exciting to see them, especially when you can spend a little bit of time with them. They're very shy animals, so often the visual we get of them is a quick identification. Oh, there they are. And then they're gone again. So a little bit of time like this is quite nice, but obviously with the vegetation they're going in and out of, we'll lose them fairly soon, I think. And they're going to be, oh, there we go, back out again. Also, for them, this wind will be playing a little bit with their hearing and their sense of smell. So they'll be a little bit more alert and a little bit more cautious when going in and out of thick areas. So I think we're going to keep on rolling a little bit and see what else we can find. It's a lovely silhouette of a giraffe there. And we're going to be sending you over to Trisha Djuma.
We are in infrared. The night has truly started to settle in, and there are some wildebeest. There's about 15 of them just moving about here in quarantine, doing their best to stick together as the evening approaches. Then out here in quarantine, great, because remember they have quite a wide view. They have about a 300-degree view of what's going on around them because of the position of their eyes and also the shape of their pupils. They're horizontally flattened. So that allows them a greater field of view. So it'll be very difficult to approach a wildebeest and not be seen. That's why when we see them side on, we can only see one eye, because each eye is on either side of the face. So there's just a small sliver behind the animal where it can't see. But then also, if it senses something coming from behind it, an area where it's vulnerable and it can't see, its first instinct would be to kick and to run. And I don't believe anybody would want to be kicked by a wildebeest. And the speeds at which they run tells me they could pack quite a punch or quite a kick. They can run up to about 80 kilometers per hour. Sorry, I just thought I heard an alarm call. I'm just going to talk a little bit softer, or more softly. Yep, that's baboons. Baboons are alarm calling near the dam cam. So let me move on and have a look there, and I'm going to send you over to Josh, see what he's up to this evening.
So welcome back again, and in this case to an amazing silhouette with some great color. Incredible giraffe on a dune crest here in the Kalahari. I think in the words of Nikki Sunis, this land of contrast is never ending. And it's true. Tualu is a photographer's delight, and having a look at that light you can see why. A very cool silhouette there, and a nice pose. Definitely think this giraffe knows it's the star of the show at the moment. Nice little bit of cloud movement there, slowly behind the giraffe. Just changing that background that little bit more. A very nice way to just view nature and its splendor is when you have a sighting like this and you know that the animal's completely relaxed and just carrying on with its normal behavior. It's not interested or bothered by us at all. A little bit curious every now and then, as giraffes always are. But we're not changing any behavior there, which is quite cool. Just trying to see what he's feeding on there. It looks to be small bush. So he's going to quite a lot of effort, especially as there's some taller trees around. Hoping he's not feeding on the dune bush. The side effect of it can be a disease called crotallariosis, which is not much fun. But a stunning, stunning silhouette nonetheless. The wind's blowing from the giraffe towards us, so he can't smell us, he can definitely see us. But he's quite happily ignoring us. The way he keeps licking his lips there. The way he keeps licking his lips and chewing, and that makes me wonder if he's not practicing a behavior called geophagia, which is when animals eat soil for the minerals in it. So that could also be a possibility here. But I think we're going to leave this man in peace, and we're going to send you folks across to Yapi, who's with the lions. Enjoy.
So we have quite an exciting situation here. You can see this male lion's up and he's moving and marking and calling, and generally just making a lot of noise by being a lion. But he's looking in the direction of the younger ones who's still calling, and they're not following him. That was interesting, but probably not worth my time. Now he's moving on. And he's going to call again, I'm sure. Lots of little puddles in the road. You can see he's actually sidestepping the heavily wet mud patches. And he's heading straight in the direction of where the other lions are. Now, because it's dark and gradually his eyes have adapted to the darkness, I am not going to put my lights on straight onto him, just so that I can see up ahead where the road is at least. But if he continues moving in the direction that he is, then he's more than likely going to end up straight in the Timbavati riverbed and right where the lioness is denning. He's moving with intent. It's a leisurely stroll, but it's quick enough for him to catch up and head to that area quite quickly. Now, this is the exciting part about lions after dark, because they move a lot, they walk a lot, so you never know what they're going to encounter. And along the way from here to the riverbed, there is every chance of finding a lot of other creatures. So you just want to stop and give him a little bit of space to move off again. And look at that flap of skin under the belly. Here we go. Just to stop every now and again to mark. Well, actually this time I don't think he's marking. Gatswain, he's definitely on a mission. I think he's on a mission to get back to the lionesses and the little ones, and he wants to see what they're up to, and mainly to see if they might go and hunt, which means that he'll get food. But part of his role within this area is to make sure that this area is marked. And he stops every now and again to have a listen out, just to hear there's no other animals calling. But I think as he disappears off into the dark, we might follow him for a little while longer and see if he does actually end up with other lions or not.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at &Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto-Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, &Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The &Beyond Phinda conservation team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
For all of you Wild Earth Explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesl Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live.
Well, folks, as you can see, it is an absolute medley of color here at Tswalu. As a beautiful day comes to an end, we thought we'd sit for a few moments and just enjoy the last bit of nature's beauty before the night shift comes on and the day shift ends. Definitely think I cannot complain with an office with a view like that. So Linda, I cannot help but agree. Every sunset is different and yet stunning. And I think that's the beauty of nature is it's ever changing and no day out here is ever the same. The sunsets are just that last final touch that blows you away. Blessed are we few who roam these wild areas. So I think we're going to enjoy this for a last minute or two while the light lasts. We're going to be sending you across to Yapi, sitting with a stunning male lion.
So, here we have a lion after dark. And this is a different creature from what we have during the daytime. And look, his head's up, and that's because he's probably picking up on something in that direction, coming with the wind towards him. Look at his whole posture. You see the back legs? One's up, almost ready to push him off the ground and keep going. And the ears quite prominent. And you can see they're tuned to every little movement or every little noise nearby. But it is definitely a slow movement of the head as well. And that's just to get a better angle, to determine where the sounds are coming from that it's hearing. And he's got an incredible sense of hearing. Earlier we were talking about how far lions' roars can be heard, and it's far, 8 kilometers more or less, if it's an open space. Imagine how far this lion will be able to hear a roar. It's almost as if he's scanning the whole area. Maybe he's asking himself the question why the rest aren't answering. Michelle, I was looking just now, I was trying to see whether they are, but I don't think they are following him. And the reason why is because I think the rest of the pride's not far from here. And they'd much rather meet up with that part, because that's where their siblings are, as well as their mother. Where they also know that the male is the male, and they're used to him moving off on his own and doing things on his own. But I think if they don't get any response from any of the other members of the pride, eventually what they might do is they might follow him for a while. But I think their plan or their aim is more leaning towards linking up with the rest of the pride. Now, because it's dark, we're viewing this male lion is a lonely thing to be. A lot of the times they're still social, but they do spend a lot of time on their own, and that's what he's adapted for and what he's learned to be like. I don't think it's something that one has to feel sorry about. It's just what he is. I can assure you that he's not very bothered with it. Or maybe he is. But he also knows it's part of it. And there's nothing he can do about it. You can see he's very alert. He's very alert at this point. Like, those eyes are open, he's looking for movement in the shape of anything, using all the excess ambient light. A little bit coming from the clouds as the moon shining through them, and then also the stars. And that way he'll pick up anything moving nearby. But he also knows the area so well, which is another thing that's incredible. So, in part, even though he is moving towards where the rest of the pride is, he is also listening out for other calls, lions in different areas, neighboring territorial males. There's a lot to consider, I guess, once a lion gets to that point. Something's just drawn his attention. I'm not sure what. I don't hear anything, but it looked like he was looking in that direction. It might be some animals moving off to the side. Maybe he is seeing something. Oh, maybe it wasn't important enough. At this very moment in time, I'm wondering what he's specifically looking for or listening out for. And he's just taking out a general sound picture of the area, or if he's actually waiting to hear from members of the pride that he's looking for. What? That is... I don't know how to... That is incredible. That jackal just walked out of nowhere in the dark and was marking territory there. The lion doesn't even seem to be aware of him. Or maybe he is, maybe he just doesn't care. That could have been what he was hearing earlier. Another nighttime creature that's also something in its own league. I wonder where this jackal came from, but there's a large clearing, so I'm sure it is probably one of the pair in this clearing. I know there used to be a pair here. This is an interesting relationship between the male lion and the jackal. You can see the jackal's quite intrigued. But the lion doesn't seem bothered by him at all. Maybe it's the fact that he knows that this jackal won't be able to, or he won't be able to catch it. and he knows it's also no threat to him. I think that might be what he was listening out for at the start, but really, really good of that jackal to enlighten us with his presence briefly. Maybe he just came to check out, see what the lion's up to. See he's not hunting, decided to move on and go about his business. What? It remains to be seen if this lion's going to move. I think for now, let's go over to Trish.
That sounds amazing. Absolutely amazing. Well, here, there's not much happening, but we're just kind of looking around with our spotlight. That's the pan. And listening around for alarm calls, the alarm calls that we heard earlier on. Unfortunately, it hasn't been heard again. And I don't even see a chameleon in the tree. I do see plenty of bugs. Plenty all around me. You may not be able to see them because they're pretty small. Maybe here. If I shine my light, there you go. Plenty of little things to get into my nose and my mouth as I drive. That's why I just wanted to park off here for a little while. It gets quite hectic driving here. Just like that. They have no sense of personal space. None at all. Yes, it's because of the light and the spotlight and all of that. But we're gonna have a slow drive. And look carefully in the trees. Remember I said to you that I always find that I find the chameleon when I drive both parts of the road. So I drive, let's say, from east to west and then from west to east, because the angle of the light is then just right. And if I don't find one, then I can know that I quite thoroughly had looked. You'll see lots of birds at this time of the evening, kind of nestled up in the trees. I can't sing the chameleon song every day, guys. That's like eating ice cream every day. Yeah, you want to, but you can't. Makes it less special. Today I'm content with letting it go. We'll look for chameleons nicely. Perhaps tomorrow my desperation for chameleon will become so unbearable that I will have to sing Chameleon Queen. You're welcome to sing it at home. I have not licensed my product, Chameleon Queen, yet. I was saying to you that there are lots of little birds that are tucked away on branches and basically sleeping. They're calling it a night. But they're not very easy to see. Except with a spotlight, and then of course we don't want to spotlight them. So if you want to see, we can give it a try, but you're gonna give us just a few seconds to try and figure it out. So they're there, So it's just darkness for oh, there we go. Hurrah. Can you see that? There's a little, there we go, in the middle. That is the back of a chin spot batis, I think. And if we can move further down slowly, there's another. And then there should be a third one somewhere too. Where'd you go, number 3? They're very, very well hidden. But they certainly looked like chin spot batises when I first saw them with the spotlights. Then I had an idea of color. It was black and white, or at least 2 were. And they're very small. Sometimes we don't think about where birds sleep because, I mean, as a child, you almost, I just saw a shooting star. I'll let all of you make a wish on my behalf. Go for it. I hope you're done. As a child, even as a teenager, when you think about birds and you think about nests and eggs and things like that, and flight, but you kind of associate a nest and a bird together in the sense of a home, when that's not the case. The only time a bird builds a nest is when it needs to reproduce. And apart from that, if they don't need to reproduce, they're going to sleep or roost wherever they like. Sometimes that's on the ground, sometimes it's in trees, sometimes it's in little crevices, but certainly not in nests. Nests are for chicks. Another great advantage, and something I've never thought about until becoming an adult, with regards to birds, is the fact that they lay eggs, and what a benefit that is. You can lay an egg within 24 to 48 hours of that embryo being fertilized, or that those gametes being successful, and then you can leave it there. So that means you can continue on your lifestyle, you can continue to hunt, you can continue to take care of yourself, and to not lose condition. And that's really, really important. And that's something that birds have really gotten right. You lay your eggs. Of course, there's responsibility in terms of you need to come back, you need to incubate the eggs, and then when the chicks are born, you need to continue taking care of them. But laying eggs is a really, really good advantage. You can just leave it there. And also it means that, especially for a bird that needs to fly, their whole body is carefully calculated for them to be able to fly and to create lift. They don't ever create too much or too little, otherwise they are too much, and then they're spending too much. It's expensive metabolically. And too little, they'll fall to the ground and die. So they have it just right. Now imagine they are carrying an egg within them for a couple of weeks before it hatches. That's extra weight that the whole body is now going to reconfigure for flight. And that's not going to happen. Which is why I think that eggs is just a phenomenal adaptation. I went very off topic there because I was talking about where they sleep, and then I spoke about nests, and then it went from nests to eggs. But it is very sweet to watch them just kind of roosting on this little tree and enjoying the evening. Much like Yapi, I'm sure, with all that lion action. Why don't you go over and see what else is happening?
So the jackals come back. You can see their eyes. It's moving off in the tall grass, and the lion's just watching him, but he's not very bothered. This relationship is quite an interesting one, the relationship between the jackal and the lion. Like, the jackal obviously knows what the lion is quite clearly and knows and can benefit from following it. And they do often keep eyes on other predators. You do find that other predators sometimes pay more attention to him than just look at him like this. I thought I heard some of the younger ones who are still in the clearing calling. If they do, there's a chance this male might continue. Or join in, I mean. He's been laying down in this one spot for an awfully long time now. There's a yawn. Maybe he might get up or call once more before he does so. Here we go. What a good stretch. That is amazing. And the jackal is back on the scene and ready to track this lion. See where it went to go sniff around in the area where the lion laid down. That's amazing. Like a quick trot from the jackal and then a slow walk from the male lion that just covers distance quicker because of its large gait. You can see the jackal sniffing the tree there, or a little shrub. Maybe seeing if the male marked there, but we'll see where these two go off to, and we'll head over to Trish. So, we can't see these animals anymore. I think I'm going to move a little bit closer, see if we might get another view of them. The thing with nocturnal animals is because at nighttime you don't really want to off-road, you don't want to follow the animals, especially not at the moment. With it being as wet as it is and the soil being as saturated as it is, you never know when you might be driving into a puddle. So I can still see the two up ahead in the road. And I'm gonna dim my lights right down. No, I agree. These interactions are amazing. They learn you a lot about the animal's behavior, like different animals' behaviors and how they react to others. And it's behavior that I know of this behavior, and I've seen interaction between male and jackal, or male lion and jackal. But to actively see one tracking him and like the whole situation as to how the jackal came into the scene and how this is continuing is something new for me. It's very interesting. Ooh, that's quite interesting. I think he actually got too close there to the male. And I saw the male stop and then turn around and face the jackal. The jackal obviously just knows. I mean, there's something there because both of them's got their noses up and sniffing in that direction. See, the jackal stopped again. So, I'm wondering what that was. Because he looked like he was kind of interested to go in that area, but then also not. And the distance between the lion and the jackal is getting to be quite short. It's amazing how quickly they cover ground. We're already at the next junction, which is very, very quick. I do hope that the male decides to stick on the roads instead of cutting off, because if he cuts off, it'll be very tricky. Then we won't be able to find him or follow him. But it's not, the best thing about these experiences is that at night time you get to see what the animal really is like when it's active. Male lions especially. The jackal as well. During the day they're usually resting. I mean, you do get the occasions where they're more active, depending on the weather, but I'm pretty sure that a relationship like this between this lion and the jackal is actually probably something that occurs way more than it's actually witnessed. I don't know where the jackal is now. Might have cut off. He's decided that that's it. It's not interesting enough. We realize that he's not going to get anything from it. Ooh, the lion's just picked up pace. So So I think we're going to try and catch up and see what he does.
Please join me this Saturday evening for a town hall meeting. It'll be live, and it's an opportunity for me to tell you about what Wild Earth is, where we're coming from, and where we're going to. And it's an opportunity for you to ask some questions, give us some feedback, and even maybe get more involved in Wild Earth going forward. 7:30 this Saturday evening, wildearth.tv. It's open to all. You've just got to be registered on our website, and we'd love to see you there.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I love being a cam up for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want the wildebeest cross. Is it trying? The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
It is the beautiful moon, the same moon you see wherever you are in the world, the same moon that we see here in South Africa. Yes, it's one object, but I guess we all knew that. Don't even know where that was going, but it is stunning, and it is a waxing crescent. It's a beautiful, beautiful sky out here today. Lovely Milky Way showing as well, and that is a stunning shot that Johan has there. For this waxing crescent moon. Now, while I've got you and you've got something beautiful to look at, let me in Wellington. Get together where you get to chat about a whole lot of this. He will talk to you directly. You can go over to our website and you can click on the town hall link. There should be something popping up on your screen to help you. And that's going to be straight after the drive ends. Join. You can have a to a little bit on the drive. It really is a quiet, quiet night. It was a quiet day, too. We had quiet moments at the dams. A bit of excitement with the alarm call. But all in all, quite a quiet and peaceful time out in the bush this afternoon. I always enjoy looking up at the moon because it reminds us how little we are. It's something that the bush does too. The rest of the bush is carrying on, is living as this big organism, and we think that we're this important being walking through it. But in fact, we're just tiny compared to everything else and all the life that's going on around us. Grasses, the trees, the little animals that we don't get to see, and to all the big, huge herbivores, the ones that come.